Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Marianne. How are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Good, good.
Wait, let me make you co-host so you can do your thing.
Okay,
There you go.
great. Do I have anybody here? I mean, the only thing I show at 8 o'clock is a show cause for me. Is there stuff here?
Yeah, people are here, but I don't see, there's not anybody in your room yet.
Got it.
Yep, you're cool.
Are we doing Belleville today also, or just me?
Nope, Belleville also.
Oh, got it. Okay. I have one show cause at 8, so we'll see.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thanks.
All right.
The person who's identified as Cam, can you please click on the join breakout room? Good morning, Matthew. How are you this morning?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I just made you co-host. I don't know if you've been on the docket with the other judges or not yet. But I make you co-host and you can just pop around in and out of your breakout room.
Okay.
And it looks like MIDC attorney Jadala is already in your waiting for you in your meeting room.
Okay, I haven't met her yet, but
It's Samer Jadala. He's one of the MIDC attorneys.
oh, I'm sorry. I thought you just said a female's name.
No, Mr. Jadala. It's Sam Jadala, and then the other MIDC attorney is Dan Vitar.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Greco and Mr. Wayne.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning, Your Honor.
I'm here. I see there's some things already in the breakout rooms. We'll get going in the next maybe 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
Very good.
Morning, Mr. Bernstein. Do you need a breakout room with the Belleville prosecutor?
Please, yes.
Okay.
Uh-oh, Officer Wickham's here. Somebody's in trouble.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Jadala. This is 23BL005881, A, B, and C. These are all City of Belleville versus Carson Mitchell. May I have your appearances, please?
And good morning, Your Honor. Sam Rijadala, P62186, MIDC Arraignment Counsel, appearing on behalf of Mr. Mitchell. For purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. Mr. Mitchell, would you say your name, please?
Carson Mitchell.
Turn your camera on, sir.
Your
Take
Honor,
your hood and your hat off.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, you were able to hear Mr. Jadala just now?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, have you been able to speak to Mr. Wayne this morning?
I have, Your Honor, we have a plea whereby Mr. Mitchell will be pleading to one count of no ops. The other matters are being dismissed. Understanding the rights that he's waiving, Mr. Mitchell would like to avail himself to that plea.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss your cases with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your intention this morning to plead guilty to one count of no operator's license on person.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Yes, ma'am. Or no, ma'am.
You're pleading guilty? No, I know what you mean. You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mitchell, is it true that on June 4, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you were operating a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Mitchell, the court accepts your plea of guilty to one count of no operator's license on person, will dismiss the original misdemeanor along with the two civil infractions of no proof of insurance and failing to stop at a stop sign. Mr. Jadala, anything before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
Your Honor, we just asked for minimum fines and costs at this time, and Mr. Mitchell will need to speak with collections. He lets me know that he has some financial difficulties as we speak.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, the court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. There'll be a $100 fine. There's $100 in costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state costs. There's $20 fund fee. That's $345. Mr. Jadala, anything else in this matter this morning?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, you will see an invitation to go into, if there's a collection agent available, let me.
Not yet, Judge.
Not yet. Mr. Mitchell, there's no one from the collections department on this call, so what you need to do, you can go to the court's website. There is a contact us button. You drop down, you can submit a request for a payment plan. Or you can call the court and ask to speak to the collections department, set a payment plan. Or you can come in person and set a payment plan, but please do that sooner rather than later, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a good day, Mr. Mitchell. Good luck to you, sir.
You too. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Judge.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Dawson.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you today?
I am super. How are you?
Outside of the dogs barking, I'm doing well.
What are you here for, sir?
I am an observer for one of the defendants that you're going to arraign on 3 dog tickets.
On which case?
I do not know the man's name.
Okay, the court staff will just label you as an observer so that we know that we're not calling you for a case as a defendant.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mary Ann, we have a couple of dog cases, so I'm not sure which one it will be.
I believe the first name might be Ali, and there's Mr. Wickham right
Okay.
there.
It's Officer Wickham, and I see
Yeah.
the case, Mr. Dawson, thank you.
All right, I can hear you.
Subject 50083.
Good morning, Mr. Batar.
Morning, Judge. How are you today?
I'm super. How are you, sir?
Doing okay.
Are you ready with something?
Yeah, I had a client, a Michael Travis. I don't know where he went.
As soon as he pops out, I'll get the case called. I have his file already pulled.
Oh,
He's
there
still
he-
in your meeting room.
Yep, I just tried to move him again. Let me go back in there.
Thank you. Mary Ann might need to go in there and give him some instruction.
Looks like Dan popped back in.
Yeah. I don't know. That's why I tell the attorneys, don't leave until the person leaves.
He's not in there, Judge. I listed his name in there, but he's he's not in there.
Is there anybody in there?
No, just me. When I go back in, that's twice I've done it now. So that's the first time
How is that? Huh?
I've ever seen this on Zoom. I don't know.
It's too early in the docket for this, Mr. Batar.
I understand, Judge. I don't know. I have to- I'm gonna join it again and see if he's. I don't know. Never saw this.
Okay. Mr. Chapman, I will be calling your case when your attorney comes out. You need to have your cap off and be ready for court.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I know that it's at 9 a.m. My attorney told me that it was at 8:15. And is it
But
okay if I go
he's,
to?
I'm sorry, your attorney's here.
Yeah.
And I'll call
He
your
told-
case early unless you,
No, I'm fine with it being early. I just didn't want to be docked because my hair isn't done. I thought I was going to have time to take a shower.
your hair is the least of our concerns, Mr. Chapman. I'm happier that you're here on time and that your attorney's here talking to the prosecutor. We're good. Sit tight.
Okay.
When Mr.
Good.
Bernstein comes out, we'll get you connected with him, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
This is, thank you. This is 23BL00430OM. This is City of Belleville versus Michael Anthony Travis. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Travis. Mr. Travis, can you turn on your camera and unmute yourself, please? There must be some type of technical difficulties with his connection, Judge, which caused the other issue.
Mr. Travis? Mary Ann, I'm blaming you. It's been bad juju all week with you.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take it. I was gonna blame it on Dan, and I was thinking about my week, and I'll take it.
Nope, I'll take the blame. You know, what's amazing about it is we talked for 10 minutes, never had any issue the entire time we were in there.
So
What is-
what we'll do is I will remove Mr. Travis and hopefully he'll take that as a sign to reconnect. And
Okay.
hopefully that will clear whatever his issue is. But I've noted his appearance this morning, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. So Mary Ann, tonight is Music by the Lake, and I don't know if Officer Wickham will be there patrolling and keeping us safe, but sounds like a good place to go have dinner tonight.
They have some pretty good, bands.
Good bands, good food trucks. The weather hasn't been that inviting, but they move right into the church, so it works itself out.
The band moves into the church?
The last time there was inclement weather, they moved into the church. Yep,
Right there, that's really nice.
it is, because people can still be entertained and grab a little bite to eat and chit chat and rev their golf carts up and down the street. I think, oh, here's Mr. Travis. I think that's what we need to do, get a golf cart and trick it out and speed by Officer Wickham.
I'll pop Dan out.
Thank you. Oh, wonderful. He's connecting his audio. Mr. Travis, good morning, sir.
Hi, I could hear you, but I could not get online. I couldn't get my image or my voice online there.
You're fine, but that's why I put you out. I hope that we will get your attention that way. My
Oh, you had
secretary
my
is
attention.
getting,
Mhm.
my secretary is getting Mr. Batar, and we'll get going on your case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Batar, Mr. Travis has reconnected and has audio. Today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Travis is going to plead guilty to dog at large. That will be under 771.1 for 6 months, Your Honor.
Mr. Travis, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Batar this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, I do.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your intention this morning to plead guilty as charged to one count of dog at large.
Yes,
Do you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
yes,
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
yes. I don't see that there's much alternative, but yes.
There's always an alternative, sir. You have an absolute right to have a trial in this matter.
Oh, I understand, but
Okay,
yeah. I wasn't even
You
home
haven't-
when the dog got out, but I understand that he's my responsibility.
okay. So sir, is it true that on May the 4th, 2023, you had a dog at large off your premises and someone was bitten by that dog?
Yes, I do.
Satisfied, Mr. Batar?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Travis, the court will accept your plea of guilty as charged to the dog at large. That's the sole count in this misdemeanor file as indicated by Mr. Batar. Your sentence in this case will be delayed for a period of 6 months, so long as you pay $250, that's $200 in costs, and there's a $50 show cause fee. As long as you pay that $250 and incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan during that 6-month period, the court will review the matter administratively for dismissal. Do you have any questions this morning, Mr. Travis?
No. And I wanted to mention that Officer DeVos was very courteous and very pleasant to deal with, even though I figured it might cost me some money dealing with him.
Mr. Travis, my next question is, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, I can pay it today. Is the court able to accept a debit card or Zelle payment or something like that?
You can pay by credit card online, you can bring it into the court. If you pay online, you just need your ticket number to put in the information, okay?
Okay, is that the case number up at the top?
Yes, sir, the top right corner of your notice to appear,
Okay,
okay? Mr. Travis, good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
thank you, Your Honor. You as well.
Thank you. Mr. Shand, is your client with you by chance?
She is not, and I just sent her a message. She said she was logging on at 8:25.
I've been here logged on since 8 o'clock, so
She's
don't
in the waiting room,
see-
Judge.
She says that she's in the clerk's waiting room.
then Mary Ann will get her and we'll get her information confirmed.
I'll
She's
pull
not
her up and
labeled
then
all the way.
when she comes, I'll put her back in when you're done with the case.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Shand, did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
No, Your Honor, we were just retained in this matter. We have no discovery, so as soon as we get some discovery, there'll be something to talk about. There she is.
Mary Ann pulled her out because what happens is the court staff takes defendants in to verify their phone number, email address, etc. And your client will need to go back in with the staff, excuse me, before she leaves to do that. In any event, this is 1524480D, City of Romulus versus Jessica Franzek. May I have your appearance, please?
David
Your Honor,
Shannon.
David Greco
I'm
here on
sorry.
behalf of the city. Sorry.
Sorry, David.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. It says Courtney, but is it really Jessica? I'm calling the wrong case. Mr. Shan, that's the problem.
Yeah, there's a
try
Ponzik
it
and a
again.
Pronzik, Your Honor.
Yeah. I'm making up cases here. 2304580D. City of Romulus versus Courtney Ponzik. May I have your appearance, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
And David Shannon on behalf of Courtney Ponzak, Your Honor, who's appearing via Zoom. Courtney, can you please state your name for the record?
Courtney Ponzak.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Shan, for purposes of arraignment, how are we
My-
proceeding?
Yeah, my defendant will waive formal reading of the charges and she will stand mute.
There is a recommendation from the city of Romulus that indicates that they are requesting a cash bond of 50,000, 10%, and that a condition of the bond be that your client not purchase, possess, consume alcoholic beverages and she be placed on alcohol tether. Mr. Shan, your comment as to bond in this matter.
Your Honor, she was referred to us by an old sponsee of mine. She is a single mother, 3 years with a 3-year-old at home. She has been in recovery. She relapsed. She's back in recovery again. She's doing really well. I would like to have her on some type of testing so that the court can be comfortable about her sobriety, but obviously she would be unable to post that type of bond amount. This is her first offense, by the way, Your Honor. She's never had any priors of any kind, in any jurisdiction, anywhere.
Respectfully, thank you for that, Mr. Shan, but respectfully, when there's an allegation that your client had a blood alcohol of between 0.26 and 0.28, there is cause for concern. For that reason, the court will set her bond at 10,000 personal
Thank you.
and order her to be placed on alcohol tether until this matter is resolved. Oh, 720. And before the case was called, sir, you indicated that there was, you were recently retained and you would be requesting discovery in this matter?
Correct, Your Honor.
Have you talked to Mr. Greco about that?
I have not. And usually
Mr.
once.
Greco, you have the contact information for Mr. Shan to send him the discovery?
I do. We'll be able to provide the preliminary report and a discovery order for him.
Thank you.
And we will adjourn the pretrial to
August 3rd at 8:40.
I don't think that'll be. I have a trial scheduled at 8:30, tentatively scheduled at 8:30. So I think that's the only date in August that doesn't work.
August 10th at 9:10.
August 10th would be fine.
August 10th at 9:10 a.m. I'm trying to think. Mr. Shan, will you be able to work with your client to get her on the alcohol tethers for the sheriff's department within the next 72 hours?
Your Honor, is it possible for her to get a sober link and to test twice daily or 3 times daily on a sober link? She has a 3-year-old
Any-
at home.
Any objection to that, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Sober link with twice a day testing, Mr. Shan?
Yes, please. That's 6 and 9 in the morning, 9 to midnight, the standard testing windows.
I've made that correction to the file. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No.
Anything else, Mr. Shand?
Who should Courtney contact to register with the sober link?
The court's probation department. What we'll do right now is move her back in with the clerk's office to get her phone number, address, and email address verified, and then we will get her connected to the probation department.
Perfect. So Courtney, don't leave.
You don't want me to flip this over?
Ms. Ponsick, what you'll see is an invitation to go into the clerk's breakout room. Go there, verify your information so that we can get you connected to the probation department, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you. I'll see you on August 10th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, David.
All right. Very good, David.
Good morning, Mr. Youngs.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, sir?
Good, good.
I see your client with you.
Yes, this is Mr. Klopfenstein. Yes.
Have you spoken to the prosecutor or do you need to?
I would like to if there's time, Judge.
We'll get you into the breakout room with Mr. Greco unless he has something else that's ready to be called.
No, we can go into a breakout room.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Person who's identified as iPhone, can you please click on the breakout room, please?
This is 2304600OD. This is City of Romulus versus Dominique Bird. May I have your appearance, please?
Respect for Your Honor, Sam Rigidala, P6186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Bird. Ms. Bird, say your name, please.
Dominique Ariel Bird.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding with the arraignment in this matter?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. And at this time, Ms. Bird would like to avail herself to the plea, understanding the rights that she will be waiving, and plead guilty to 1 count of operating while impaired.
I'm sorry, give me 1 second, Mr. Jadala. There is a person who the court staff has asked to turn on their video and move into a breakout room. If you do not do that, you will be removed from this court's main session again. Ms. Bird, were you able to hear Mr. Jadala just now?
I heard part of it, but I couldn't hear the end. I did hear the part about the plea that I aware of waiving the.
Okay, Ms. Byrd, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Jadala indicated that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to operating while impaired. Was that your understanding and agreement?
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on June the 10th, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were impaired by an intoxicant?
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, is it your agreement and understanding that the report from the police department indicates that your blood alcohol at the time was 0.14?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ms. Byrd, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the reduced count of operating while impaired. Because it's your first appearance, there had not previously been bond set in this matter. Your bond will be set at $5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear and participate in these proceedings until this case is resolved. Condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume alcoholic beverages until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Because you have tendered a plea of guilty to a drinking and driving offense, the court will refer you to the probation department for a screening. They are the ones that will develop a sentence recommendation and schedule you to come back to this courtroom to have sentence imposed. The probation department will be in contact with you at the phone number and the email address that you provided to court staff this morning. When you receive emails and phone calls from them, please respond. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Any questions, Ms. Byrd?
No, ma'am. Just next.
Thank you, Ms. Byrd. I will see you at your sentencing date. Again, please cooperate with probation. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Mr. Bernstein, are we ready with Mr. Chapman?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 23BL00452 A and B. These are City of Belleville versus Ezekiel Chapman. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Mr. Chapman. We don't see back from the breakout room yet.
I thought he was with you. Hold on one second. Don't come out of the breakout room without your client. I see him. He's still in your room.
I thought he was following me, Judge.
That's why you let them leave first.
Fair enough.
If you would pop back in and get him and let him leave first. Oh, no, period.
I see.
Mr. Chapman, please state your name for the record.
Ezekiel Leandrew Chapman.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Bernstein, how are we proceeding? Stein, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, please waive reading of the complaint and enter a not guilty, please. Please. We're actually going to ask this court to please set this for a bench trial.
Wait a minute. You spoke to Mr. Wayne this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
I just want to get him out here for 1 second. Mr. Wayne, I asked you to come out. There's been a request for a bench trial in the Chapman matter. And I'd just like both parties to be present as we prepare to schedule that. This is an arraignment. So Mr. Chapman, your bond will be set at $3,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And again, because this is the first appearance, there had not been an indication that discovery had been requested. Mr. Bernstein, you were requesting a bench trial. So my question to you was, had you spoken to Mr. Wayne?
I have, Your Honor, and he did make a generous offer. I just, I think I might be able to produce some paperwork that could clear up the issue that is showing on Mr. Chapman's driving record. I mean, if the court would prefer to just set this out for a further pretrial, and I can do that, happy to as well, but
It's your case. The court takes no preference or position on how we proceed. I'm here every day, so if you want to go right to bench trial, we'll schedule it. But I wanted to make sure that you had been in contact with Mr. Wayne and any discovery that you needed or that any documents you intended to send to him, that was already in the works before we set the trial date. That's all.
I don't require any discovery, Your Honor. Thank you for asking. I do need a little bit of time to obtain some documentation on my own end, so it asks for at least several weeks out, perhaps.
Perhaps Marianne, I'm looking at September 21st. Is that too far out?
That's open for you, Judge.
Mr. Bernstein?
That's fine for me, Your Honor. Thank you. Is that in the morning?
Yes, sir. September 21st at
It started at 11 o'clock, Judge.
at 11, live or Zoom?
Could we do it live, please, Your Honor? Would that be okay?
Absolutely. Live here in courtroom number 1. Mr. Chapman, your bench trial in this matter is scheduled for Thursday, September 21st at 11 a.m. That's live here at the 34th District Court in courtroom number 1. If the parties reach some other resolution of this matter before that date, you need only contact Marianne and we'll get you back on another Belleville docket. Anything else on behalf of Belleville?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Chapman?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. I'll see you on September 21st. Have a good afternoon, sir.
Thank you. You too, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Youngs, are we ready?
We are, Judge.
This is 23RP032360M. This is City of Romulus versus Palm Klopfenstein. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Paul Youngs on behalf of Mr. Klopfenstein. Your Honor, we'll waive reading and stand mute as to the arraignment on this charge.
Sir, state your name for me, please.
Palm Klopfenstein.
Thank you. There had
We have
not
a
been bond previously set in the,
Oh, sorry.
what's the resolution, sir?
Yes, we do have a resolution, Your Honor.
She's asking what it is, Dave. You
Oh,
want-
okay. Your Honor, we're going to amend the charge from brandishing a replica firearm to disorderly conduct pursuant to MCL 771.1 for a period of 12 months.
That's your understanding, Mr. Youngs?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Klopfenstein, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this matter with your attorney, and it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty to the added count of disorderly person.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on June 17, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you were a disorderly person?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
I am, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Youngs?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Klopfenstein, the court will accept your plea of guilty to being a disorderly person and dismiss the original charge of brandishing a replica firearm as indicated by your attorney previously, by the prosecutor previously. Sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 12 months, so long as you incur no new offenses in the state of Michigan and pay costs of $600. At the end of that 12-month period, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the court costs, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much time do you need? Like 2 months to do it or?
In 2 months.
Your Honor, could we have 60 days?
No, sir, not 60 days. What we'll do is we'll put you into the collections room and they'll set him up on a payment plan. I just can't set the deadline of 60 days, but other than that, anything else, Mr. Greco, on this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Youngs?
No, Judge.
Don't leave, Mr. Youngs. We'll get you moved into the breakout room with the collections department to set the payment plan.
Okay, that sounds great, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Mr. Robinson, were you ready or did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
I need to speak with the prosecutor, Your Honor.
We'll get you in with the prosecutor. Mr. Jadala, what were you ready with, sir?
Your Honor, we're ready on Mrs. Clark as well as Miss Franzek.
Thank you. These are 2-3 BL 00587 A and B. These are City of Belleville versus Shauna Clark. May I have your appearances, please?
And respectfully, Sam Rajadala, P 62186, appearing on behalf of Mrs. Clark. Purposes of arraignment, we waive formal reading and stand mute. Ms. Clark, say your name, please.
I'm sorry?
Shauna Clark.
Thank you. Waive the formal reading and stand mute to the charges. Ms. Clark, the court will set your bond at $3,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear and participate in these proceedings until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Jadala, you've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor for purposes of pretrial.
Yes, Your Honor, and Ms. Clark has shown me both a valid license and her and she has cured the plate violation, Your Honor. She just they were in the mail, en route to the mail. She received them a few days after she was pulled over. The prosecutor has agreed to dismiss both matters.
I do not see Mr. Wayne, but Mr. Jadala, I will take your assertions as an officer of the court and enter a dismissal of this matter. Anything else on behalf of Ms. Clark?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, you are free to go, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you. This is 1524480 OD. This is City of Romulus versus Jessica Franzek. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Rajadala appearing on behalf of Ms. Franzek.
Sammer, that was my case.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was previously appointed for Ms. Franzek. Daniel Bater on behalf of Ms. Franzek.
Ms. Franzek, state your name for me, please.
Jessica Franzek.
Thank you. This case is in warrant status and is scheduled for arraignment and pretrial this morning. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would ask the court to set aside the warrant. As to the arraignment, we'll waive a formal reading. Stand mute, please.
Ms. Franzek, were you able to hear Mr. Mr. Batar just now?
Yes.
Court will recall the warrant. Set Ms. Franzik's bond at 5,000 personal. Ma'am, you do not need to post any money. But a condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during or controlled substances during the remainder of this case until it's resolved. Mr. Batari, have you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Greco in this matter?
Judge, I saw his offer. I think he's going to make a motion.
Your Honor, we're moving to dismiss this case. David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus. This is a 2015 court case, an actual 2012 pullover stop. So there was a 2.5-year gap between the stop and the actual issuance of the complaint. And we're unable to locate some additional records regarding this. Given all of those concerns I have, which predated me, we're moving to dismiss the case.
And I imagine, Mr. Batari, there's no objection.
Correct, Your Honor.
Ms. Ronsick, the warrant's been recalled. This case is dismissed without prejudice. Good luck to you, ma'am. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much. You too.
Thank you. Okay, this is Mr. Robinson. Are we ready with standard waste?
Judge, it's a Van Buren case, so I'm trying to find out when he's supposed to appear.
Oh, it's Judge Oakley at 9 o'clock. I have the file. Well, one's with me and one's with Judge Oakley. This is, I don't know how that happened. The A file was scheduled with me and the B file is with Judge Oakley. If you will call the officers, have them come in and take the file off the ledge and they can run it over. And Mr. Robinson, you'll need to reconnect to Judge Oakley's.
Okay, I can do that, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. This is, or these are 23BL000596 A and B. These are City of Belleville versus Alan Acavaria. Thank you. Got the message? Okay.
He has the other half.
He has both files. Where did you come from?
I happened to be right in there when you were telling her.
You're distracting her while we're trying to work?
It was getting out of hand there. Thank you, Judge.
That's Officer Garcia screwing up my works here.
Under the bus.
Under the bus, back and forth. I'm sorry, attorneys, your appearances, please.
I don't see Mr. Wayne in here. Judge Daniel Batari on behalf of Mr. Echevarria.
Acavaria. Sir, state your name for me, please.
Alan Echevarria.
Thank you. Mr. Batari, I was proceeding without Mr. Wayne and some of these, depending on what we were doing. This case is scheduled for arraignment pretrial this morning for purposes of arraignment.
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading. Stand mute, please.
Has you spoken to Mr. Wayne regarding this case?
Yes, Your Honor. He has agreed to reduce the DWLS second charge down to no ops and a dismissal of the speeding. My client would like to take advantage of the offer.
Thank you. Sir, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been.
Hold on. Something popped up on my screen. Okay. I'm sorry.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading
Yeah.
guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on June the 7th, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you were operating a motor vehicle without an operator's license on your person?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Batari?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the add account of no operator's license on person and will dismiss the driving while license suspended second offense and the speeding citation. Any comments before fines and costs are assessed in this matter, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor, thank
No,
you.
Sir, the court will impose $100 fine, $100 in cost. There's $75 crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, Your Honor. Today.
5 days to pay, and that will conclude this matter. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
There is someone in this main session. This court is sending requests for you to start your video and unmute yourself. If you do not respond, you will be removed from this hearing. Do they keep unmuting themselves, Marianne?
Yes, they do.
Then they can get put out. They can watch the proceedings on YouTube.
Judge, I'm gonna hop in a breakout room and help Andy.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
This is 23BL00504 AOT. This is City of Belleville versus Sammy Abdelatif, ABDELLATIF. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pre-trial at 8 a.m. It is now 9:09 by this court's clock. There is no one by that name in this court's breakout sessions. There are no unidentified court persons in this court's main session. The defendant, having failed to appear as directed by this court, failing to appear for a second time, a bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Mr. Guevara? These are 23BL00351 A and B. These are City of Belleville versus Laura Chestnut. These matters were scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:11 by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time, these matters bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 23BL00470OT. This is City of Belleville versus Melissa Clouter. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:12 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear. There's no response to the call. There is no one by that name in the court's breakout session. And there are no unidentified persons in this court session. This being the second failure to appear, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. There is a person in this court session. The court has sent repeated requests for them to unmute themselves and turn their video on. If they do not respond, they will be removed again from the session. To the person receiving communications from this court, to unmute yourself and turn your video on. This is 21BL00823OT. This is City of Belleville versus Terrence Dunn. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It is now 9:13 by this court's clock. There is no one responding to this call. There is no one by this name in the court's breakout sessions. There are no unidentified persons in the court's waiting room. Based on the defendant's failure to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 23BL00337BOT. This is City of Belleville versus Mariah Gibson. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:15 by this court's clock. There being no response to the call. There being no unidentified persons in this court's main session. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. There is an unidentified person who has again returned to this. Marianne, did you put them out again or did they leave again? That T9?
I did not put them out.
Okay.
Isabella, you should see an invitation to join a breakout room. You need to click on that, please.
Ms. Sabelico, the court has sent you an invitation to go into the clerk's office. Go there, please.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to help Andy.
Thank you. This is 23BL00451OT. This is City of Belleville versus Tianta Johnson. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:19 by this court's clock. There is no one responding to the call. There are no unidentified persons in this court's main session. No unidentified persons in the court's breakout sessions. Based on the defendant's failure to appear again in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Good morning, Mr. Mays.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Your client is here, sir. Did you need to speak to Mr. Wayne or are you ready?
I need to speak with the prosecutor, please.
Let me get you into his breakout room.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I'm just going to step away for a moment. The only thing I think I have teed up is that Ms. Medina may be coming in with a Mr. Cottle that we're just setting for a final pretrial. But I will be right back.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Mr. Jadal, you're ready with?
Mr. Nord, N-O-R-R-E-D.
Thank you. This is 23BL00415OT. This is City of Belleville versus Dominic Norrit. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, done.
And Sam Jadala.
Turn your video on, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Jadala.
Absolutely.
Mr. Jadala.
And Sam Jadala, P 62186. For purposes of today's arraignment, Your Honor, we waive formal reading and stand mute.
Thank you. Have you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Wayne?
Yes, Judge, and this is going to be reduced to one count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, understanding his rights that he is waiving. Mr. Nord would like to plead to that.
Thank you. Mr. Norwood, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor. Sir,
Yes, Your Honor.
you understand that?
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on April the 30th, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the original charge of a second offense of driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Mr. Jadala, anything before fines and costs are assessed?
Your Honor, we just respectfully request minimal costs and fines. Mr. Nord is diligently working to get his license back, and he has payment plans in other jurisdictions. So I think it may be best to send them to collections.
Thank you. Mr. Nord, the court will impose a fine of $200, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victim fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost, $50 show cost fee, and $20 fund fee. If I did the math correctly, that's $495. Before you leave this morning, the court will have you moved into the collections department. The agent in that room, the clerk in that room will be able to put you on a payment plan, okay?
Okay.
Anything else this morning in this case, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Norwood, you will be seeing the invitation to go into the room with the collections agent. Again, please go there and talk to her about a payment plan.
Okay, Your Honor. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Mr. Aboud.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Did you need to speak to Ms. Sabelico?
No, I've spoken to her, but if I may speak to Mr. Greco, otherwise we can proceed. I'm going to be asking for an adjournment today.
Okay. Let's get you into Mr. Greco's room. Give me 1 second. Let's
Thank
get you
you.
into
Thank
his waiting room.
Thank you.
Miss Medina, are we ready with Mr. Fife?
Mr. Cotto, I was expecting him to be out of the breakout room by now.
Mr. Johnson, take your cap off, sir.
Yes, Mr. Cotto is who I am ready on, Your Honor.
Oh, I thought I saw your name next to Mr. Fife. Give
I
me
will
1
be-
second.
I will be speaking with him next, I hope. And good morning, Your Honor.
Okay,
I'm pulling Mr. Cottle out.
Thank you
thank
so
you.
much.
C-O-T-T. To the woman that is walking around with the short sleeve flowered shirt on and the blonde hair, court staff has sent you an invitation to go into a breakout room to get your information confirmed. Please respond to that invitation. This is 23RP026960M. This is City of Romulus versus Eric Cottle. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
And Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Cotto. Mr. Cotto, would you please say your full name for the record?
Eric Cottle.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Ms. Medina, for purposes of arraignment, What say you, ma'am?
Your Honor, we would waive formal reading and stand mute. With regard to the pretrial, Your Honor, we are seeking an adjournment for a final pretrial. Is that correct, Mr. Greco?
That's correct.
In the interim, Mr. Cottle, your bond will be set at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until such time as this matter is resolved. The condition of your bond is that you not return to the area where you've been trespassed from, that being Wick and Vining. Wherever that location is where you were fishing or alleged to have been fishing, do not return there. The final pretrial date will be
August 3rd at 8:50.
August 3rd at 8:50 a.m. back here on Zoom, back here in courtroom number 1. Anything else in this case, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cottle. I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Medina, were you waiting to speak to Mr. Fife? Or
Yes, Your Honor, if I could speak with him, that would be great. I'm not sure if I have, I have access here, so I think I should be able to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fife, have your cap off when you come back in this main session, please. Mr. Greco. Oh, nope, that's not you. Let's get Mr. Wayne out here. When he's done with Mr. Bitar and Mr. Jadala, I want to get these Sisler matters taken care of. We're way past the scheduled time. Mr. Mays, are you ready with Mr. Johnson?
I need to speak with Mr. Johnson. We have a plea offer that I think we're going to accept, but I need to go through his rights with him.
Okay, Marianne, I'll get you into a breakout room with Mr. Johnson. Marianne, I'm stepping off for 1 second, but I'll be right back and we'll call the Sisler matter so we can get these observers out of here.
Ma'am, who's identified as iPhone, you need to join the breakout room, please.
When I tried to, they said I was in the wrong breakout room. It was for DTE, not for me, for the link I was sent.
I'm sorry.
I tried to twice.
Okay, 1 second.
They said I was in the wrong room.
Oh, Mary Ann, I think I see what happened. Mr. Sisler did not post. He is still in Wayne County Jail. So when Mr. Wayne comes out, we'll call these cases and we'll put them over. Are we ready on?
Sabayeko?
Mr. You're so lucky. This is 2303020D. This is City of Romulus versus Isabella Sobelico. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Good morning, Judge Jeffrey Abud on behalf of Isabella Sabelica, who's present via Zoom video this morning.
State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Isabella Sabelico.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding in this matter?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Abud. We have produced discovery. Want to adjourn this just one more time while we're talking about a potential plea.
For purposes of arraignment though, sir, Mr. Abud?
Oh, I apologize, Judge. I thought we appeared last time. I thought we handled that. Okay. Judge, my client's been a longtime resident. She's got 2 young children. I've known her family for a very, very long time. This is an isolated incident. She's by no means any threat to the community. She's shown up every time. They retained our services even before she was charged, immediately after the incident. And I'd asked the court for a personal recognizance bond. And she'll be standing mute. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, do the people take any position as to bond in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Abud, because your client did appear timely this morning and with retained counsel, the court will set her bond at $5,000 personal. The court does have concerns that at 2 o'clock in the morning, your client's alleged to have been driving around with a blood alcohol of 0.187. For that reason, the condition of her bond is that she not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this matter. I heard the indication that discovery has been produced, and we will set this matter for an adjourned pretrial.
Thank you, Judge.
August 3rd at 9 o'clock.
August 3rd, 2023 at 9 a.m. That's back here on Zoom, back in courtroom number 1 with me. Is there anything else in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Abud?
No, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I will see you back here on August 3rd at 9 a.m. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
This is a recall of 23BL00470OT. This is City of Belleville versus Melissa Cloutier.
Secretary, Your Honor, Sam Richard, E62186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Coultier.
State your name for the record, ma'am.
Melissa Coultier.
Ma'am, your case was scheduled at 8 o'clock. You didn't appear until almost 9:15. Is there a reason why you were not on time this morning?
I thought court was tomorrow, and I just found this paper as I was digging for my bills. I do apologize, and I had it set for tomorrow. I have other court issues going on, and I apologize to the court and to you.
For purposes of today's arraignment, show cause arraignment and pretrial, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to waive formal reading and stand mute.
Ma'am, the court will set your bond in this matter at $3,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is appear as directed by this court until the matter is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Jadala, have you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Wayne regarding this matter?
I have, Your Honor, and at this time, Mrs. Coultier is going to be tendering a plea of guilty to the false information on police, and it's agreed that it will be delayed under a delayed sentencing for 6 months.
Ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, it's your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to giving false information to the police.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on May the 8th, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you gave false information to a uniformed police officer who was acting within the scope of their legal authority?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to giving false information to the police department, to a police officer, and as indicated by Mr. Jadala, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months, so long as you incur no new offenses in the state of Michigan and pay the court $300 in costs plus the $50 show cause fee for a total of $350. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal at the end of those 6 months. Do you need more than 5 days to pay $350, ma'am?
Yes, I do. Could I get till the second, please?
What I will do, ma'am, is actually move you into the breakout room with Maria from this court's collection department. She'll set you on the payment plan for the $350. Good luck to you, ma'am. You have a wonderful day, okay?
You too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Wayne, the reason that I asked you to come out is that we have these Scott Schisler matters. There were show cause arraignment pretrial scheduled at 8 a.m. and 23BL00577OM, 23BL00568OM, 23BL00474OM, 23BL00554OM, 23BL00560OM. And then at 8:30, there were arraignment pretrials scheduled in 23BL00603OM, 23BL00648OM, 23BL00668OM, 23BL00625OM, and 23BL00682OM, and 23BL00686OM. The reason why I'm bringing these to your attention is that there is a bond set in one of the files. Mr. Sisler is still in custody.
Morning, Your Honor. I have Mr. Sisler. If you say my name 3 times, I appear. I magically appear.
Sir, state your name for me, please.
Yes, Michael George Sisler.
I was just getting ready to pass these matters and adjourn them. Mr. Sisler, were you looking for the assistance of the court-appointed attorneys this morning in these matters?
You know, I can do without that. I actually went law myself at U of M, so I understand the procedure.
I'm sorry?
I said I'll be fine without that. I actually went U of M law, so I understand the court procedure. You're fine without it. I don't have to have a court-appointed attorney. I'm fine.
So the answer to my question is that you do not wish to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorneys this morning?
That is correct.
You wish to proceed on your own?
Yes, I do.
In the 8 o'clock matters, the show cause arraignment pre-trials, how did you wish to proceed, sir?
I'd like to proceed with the plea of not guilty.
And a plea of not guilty, have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor this morning?
I have not.
What we'll do, sir, is get you moved into a breakout room. You'll speak to Mr. Wayne, who represents the city of Belleville. When you come back out, we will recall all of these matters, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Batar, what are you ready with, sir?
Your Honor, I'm ready with Mr. Bartolotti.
I'm having problems with my volume
This
again.
is 23BL003580M. This is City of Belleville versus James Bartolotti. May I have your appearances, please?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Bartolotti, Your Honor.
Sir, state your name for me.
James William Bartolotti.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial on this matter. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, with respect to the arraignment, we'll waive a formal reading, stand mute, please.
And then for purposes of pretrial,
Your Honor, we're still in negotiations. Can we get a pretrial date at a later time?
absolutely. In the interim, Mr. Bartolotti, the court will set your bond at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until the matter is resolved in its entirety. Your adjourned pretrial date will be
August 3rd at 9 o'clock.
August 3rd, 2023 at 9 a.m. That's back here on Zoom, back here in courtroom number 1 with me, Judge Martin. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bartolotti, I'll see you on August 3rd, sir. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Judge, before you move
Thank
on to
you.
the next case, can I ask you a question, please? Mr. Wayne indicated that on the profit matter, there is an offer in the file, but he does not remember what that offer is. Could you tell me what the offer is for Kathy Profit? He said there should be a form in the file.
He did. He stole my files yesterday. Kathy Profit,
Yes, Your Honor.
there's no form in the file.
Okay. I'll go talk to him. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mays, are we ready with Mr. Johnson?
We are, Your Honor.
I don't see Mr. Johnson anymore.
Maybe he's still
We're
sitting in the
not ready
waiting
with
room and
him.
doesn't know how to get out.
Then you should go help your client come out because I'll call Mr. Lippett's case.
All righty, what breakout room were we in?
You were in number 19.
19-0.
Mr. Lippett, are you ready with Ms. Jefferson?
I am, Your Honor.
This is 2302930D. Let me find the file. This is City of Romulus versus Nicolette Jefferson. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David
morning, Your
Greco here
Honor.
on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Sorry about that, Mr. Greco. Good morning, Your Honor. Richard Lippett on behalf of the defendant, Nicolette Jefferson, who is here via Zoom as well.
Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Yes, Your Honor, Nicolette Jefferson.
Thank you. This court received an email yesterday from Shannon Nagy of the court's probation department that indicates that Ms. Jefferson has been accepted into the court's treatment court program. Was that your understanding as well, Mr. Lippett?
Absolutely. Your Honor. If the court would allow.
Mr. Lippett, there's something going on with your audio, sir.
Can you hear me right now?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. The
Oh,
court's
I'm so
indicated that your client,
That my client would be entering sobriety court?
correct, and the plea will be,
My understanding is, and I apologize, Mr. Greco, I don't recall, but I believe that she's going to be pleading on the nose to BAC .17 or more, and that the added charge of reckless driving would be dismissed, but I want to make sure Mr. Greco was agreeing to that.
Actually, the dismissal of the reckless driving is accurate, but we were doing a straight up intoxicated, Your Honor, just lowering it.
Oh,
from
okay.
DAC. That was my offer, Richard, Mr. Lippett.
Okay, Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The defendant understands.
I'm sorry, Mr.
She's been
Lippett.
giving up.
Mr.
I went
Lippett?
over her advice of rights this morning.
You
Yes?
talked over Mr. Greco. Mr. Greco, you said the reduction is to,
operating while intoxicated.
thank you. Ms. Jefferson, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Lippett, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I do.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your intention this morning to plead guilty to operating while intoxicated.
I do.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I do.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
I am, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, is it true that on April the 7th, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were intoxicated?
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, it's your understanding and agreement that there is a report from the state of Michigan Department of Forensic Science that your blood alcohol content at the time was 0.165.
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
I am, Your Honor.
Mr. Lippett, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, I'm satisfied with the plea, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Jefferson, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while intoxicated. The reckless driving is dismissed. The next step in these proceedings, ma'am, is that you will appear before Judge Green in courtroom number 3 on July the 25th, 2023 at 9 a.m. for her to have you formally admitted into the treatment court program and impose sentence in this matter. Anything else in this case, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Lippett?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jefferson, good luck in with Judge Green. Have a good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a recall of the Sisler matters. These are the cases that end in 603, 648, 668, 625, 682, 686, 577, 568, 474, 548, and 554, and 560. Mr. Wayne, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Sisler.
Yes, good morning again, Your Honor. Yes, I have.
How are we proceeding in these matters?
Mr. Sisler obviously had to confirm this, indicated to me that he wishes to plead guilty to all counts.
Mr. Sisler, was that your
That is
intention
true.
this morning?
That's true.
Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be, these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your pleas of guilty in these matters this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or stand cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I understand.
And sir, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes, I do.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, not at all.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, I am.
Sir, is it true that on June the 7th, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you engaged in breaching of the peace by allowing noise to emanate from your property that was in excess of a reasonable level?
That's correct. That was that my birthday, yes.
Sir, is it also true that on June 21st, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you again engaged in the breach of the peace?
Yes, I did.
And on June 29, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you committed the act of malicious destruction of property by damaging a fence on the property line owned by resident Christy Sykes at 104 Bedell.
Correct. That was an accident, but it did occur. Yes, it did.
And sir, on June 17, 2023, you committed a breach of the peace again in the city of Belleville by allowing noise to emanate from your property that could be heard from the street.
That did occur. Yes, it did.
And sir, that on July the 10th, 2023, you committed the act of larceny in the city of Belleville by taking yard ornaments from property other than that owned by yourself.
That was correct.
And sir, on July 13, 2023, again in the city of Belleville, you committed a breach of the peace by again allowing noise to emanate from the property in excess of that which is reasonable in a residential area.
Yes, that did occur. Correct.
And sir, on June 4th, 2023, again in the city of Belleville, you were a disorderly person by allowing a loud bass noise to come from your garage, vibrating the homes of those around you.
Yes, that happened.
And sir, on June 3rd, 2023, again in the city of Belleville, you were a disorderly person by allowing loud noise to emanate from your backyard and or garage area from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m.
That's correct.
And sir, again, on May the 10th, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you committed a breach of the peace. It doesn't specifically indicate what you were doing on that date and time, but is that your agreement, understanding, and plea?
Yes, it is.
And then, sir, on May 22nd, 2023, again in the city of Belleville, you were a disorderly person by allowing loud music to emanate from your property in excess of that which is reasonable in a residential area.
That is correct.
And then again, on May 30th, 2023, you were a disorderly person by allowing loud music again in the residential area in excess of that which is reasonable in such a community.
That happened. Yes, it did.
And then finally, sir, on May 30th, 2003, again in the city of Belleville, you allowed loud music to emanate from the property
Yes.
in excess of that which is reasonable in a residential area.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Your
Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My name's Christopher Norman. I was wondering if there would be an opportunity to add a point of information here or ask a question.
Mr. Norman, I do not usually allow people to scream out in the courtroom while I'm in the middle of proceedings.
I'm sorry.
I will circle back to you if you are able to sit for one moment, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Wayne and Mr. Wayne, are you satisfied with the pleas entered by Mr. Sisler this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Sisler, these are all misdemeanor matters, but given the fact that this seems to emanate from an isolated area of the city, did you have any comment you'd like to make before fines, costs, or sentences imposed in this matter?
Yeah, I'd like to say that it's basically understand that this is a grieving matter. I lost a wife in 2018. I raced with something called Jet Cars. A cat bowler that we married in 2016 did pass away. I apologize to the city. I apologize to especially the Officer Wickham for being consistently fair in his imposing of the breach of peace matters. This is something I want to pay in full and move on with my life. I lost a wife.
Mr. Sisler, my condolences to you. Mr. Wayne, was there something you wanted to say in this matter?
Other than allowing those who have been impacted by Mr. Sisler's actions to speak to the court if the court will so indulge them.
Mr. Wayne, respectfully, there have been observers on for this case since about 8 o'clock, maybe 5 after 8. There are 24 others. This court has a very busy docket this morning. I do not want to shortchange the people who have appeared and want to speak. What I'm inclined to do is accept Mr. Sisler's guilty pleas in all of these matters. reduce the bond that holds him to a personal bond and schedule him to come in for sentencing so that all of the observers and those impacted may receive notice and come in person and state what they need to state or send a letter to the court with the information.
Your Honor, are you going to come back to me? I'm sorry. This was Chris Norman again. I just had, like I said, I think a point of information that I thought was already out there with the prosecutor and everybody in this case.
I'm sorry, Mr. Norman,
Yes,
the first time that you interrupted me and I asked you to wait until I finished the proceedings, did you hear me?
yes, ma'am.
Did you just hear me ask the prosecutor, would it be reasonable to reduce the bond and schedule this matter for anyone impacted by Mr. Sisler's actions to come in person and be heard so that they weren't sitting on a docket that has 50 other cases still to be called?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you heard that, but you interrupted me. What was it that you wanted to ask, sir?
Ma'am, I think there are some very extenuating circumstances here. Mr. Sisler is not an attorney. He has not had that wife. There is a mental issue going on here. I've been a lifelong friend of 53 years.
I object. I
Okay.
asked him to move from the court. Move him from the court. That's not a friend of mine. Strike his, strike.
Mr. Wayne,
Yes, Your Honor. To your original question, no objections.
okay. So, Mr. Sisler, the court has accepted your pleas of guilty in all of these matters. We will schedule you for sentencing on August the 21st, 2023 at 9 a.m. in this courtroom. Do you wish to appear in person or do you wish to appear by Zoom?
I'd like to appear by Zoom.
August 21st at 9 a.m. by Zoom. The persons impacted in these matters may appear on that date and be heard, or they may submit written statements to the court. Mr. Wayne, if there are specific persons that need to receive notification from the court, please let our probation department know, or you may relay that information to Mary Ann, and we'll make sure that they are notified formally of that August 21st, 9 a.m. Zoom sentence date. In the interim, Mr. Sisler, your bond will be amended to a personal bond so that you are not held in custody any further in these matters. If there's other holds on you, that's beyond the control of this court, but for purposes of the cases scheduled on this docket this morning, that is how this court will be proceeding. Anything else, Mr. Wayne?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Sisler?
Oh, thank you for your understanding, your patience, professionalism. You tell Chris Norman to wait downstairs to take me home.
Mr. Sisler, I will see you on Zoom on August the 21st at 9 a.m. Notice will be sent to the complainants in this matter, whether they want to appear in person and to be heard on that day or submit written statements regarding this matter, since fines and costs or additional time will be imposed on that date. Thank you. Thank you, Officer Pravachi.
Thank you.
This is a recall of 23 RP 026310M, City of Romulus versus Daniel Fife. May I have your appearance, please?
All right. David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
And Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Fife. Mr. Fife, would you please state your full name for the record?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you guys. I apologize.
Would you
Just state your name for me, sir?
Daniel Fife.
And turn your video on. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Ms. Medina, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we are hoping to set this matter for a final pretrial. I believe Mr. Greco is going to follow up with the complainant in this matter, Your Honor.
Yes.
For purposes of arraignment, Ms. Medina.
Oh, for purposes of arraignment, Your Honor, we would wait for more reading and stand mute. I thought we had done that at the last proceeding. I apologize.
No, you're fine. Mr. Fife, bond in this matter will be set at $3,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear and participate in these proceedings until they're resolved in their entirety. Ms. Medina, I heard you request a final pretrial in this matter.
That is correct, Your Honor.
That date will be
August 3rd at 9 o'clock. Oh, I'm sorry, 9:10.
August 3rd at 9:10 a.m. back here on Zoom, back in number 1 with me. Complainant to appear. Was there anything else in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor. Thank you so much. Everyone have a great day.
Thank you, you too. Mr. Fife, I'll see you on August 3rd, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you so
This
much. I
is-
appreciate it.
Thank you. This is 23BL00276 A and B. These are City of Belleville versus Adrian Johnson. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. William Mays on behalf of Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, state your name for the record, please.
Adrian Johnson.
Thank you.
And-
Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Mays, how are we proceeding?
We'll waive reading on the arraignment and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea, but indicate also that the prosecutor and I have had an opportunity to pre-try the case and we have a resolution.
That resolution is, sir?
They're going to dismiss the original charge and Mr. Johnson is going to plead guilty to an added count of disorderly conduct as well as a responsible to a civil infraction of careless driving.
Mr. Johnson, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Mays. Do you understand the charges you face and the possible penalty?
Yes, I do.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to being a disorderly person
Yes.
and responsible to careless driving?
Yes.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your pleas in these matters, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible?
No.
Sir, is it true? Thank you. Is it true that on?
Thank you.
Is it true that on March the 25th, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you were a disorderly person?
Yes.
Sir, is it also true that on March 25th, 2023, again in the city of Belleville, you were driving carelessly?
Yes.
Mr. Mays, would you like to inquire further of your client?
I'll stipulate to probable cause and I'll stipulate that the court's complied with the court rule for accepting the plea. If you want me to go further, I can.
Your case, sir.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, that being the case, the court will accept your pleas of guilty to being a disorderly person and responsible to the careless driving. Any comments before fines and costs are imposed in this matter, Mr. Mays?
Not really, Judge. Mr. Johnson's a commercial truck driver. So I want to thank the city for this resolution. This allows him to keep his career. I know that Mr. Johnson is very satisfied and very happy that we've been able to resolve this case.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, in the A file, which is the careless driving, the court will impose fines and costs of $200 total. In the disorderly person case, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $345 for a total of $545 in both files. Do you need more than 5 days to pay these amounts, sir?
A week. I need 7 days.
Mr. Johnson, the court will say 14 days to pay. You may pay in person, you may bring it to the court, or you can mail it to the court. Mr. Mays, anything else in this matter?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, good luck to you. Have a good day, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vincent, do my eyes deceive me?
They are not deceiving you.
Good morning, sir. Did you need to speak to the prosecutor regarding Mr. Miracle?
No, we talked last evening.
This is 23BL00469 BOT. This is City of Belleville versus Terry Miracle. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Vincent on behalf of Terry Miracle.
Sir, state your name for me, please.
Terry Allen Miracle.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Vincent, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, he stands mute to the charge, waives read of the charge, and we have, the prosecutor and I have a plea offer. I left a message with Mr. Miracle last evening that the driver while license suspended, which is a significant amount of points, will be dismissed upon a plea of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, which is a no pointer. It's not reported to the Secretary of State. It is a misdemeanor, but it's typically one that fines go along with it. Mr. Miracle, I would assume you want to accept that.
Absolutely.
Raise your right hand for me, please, Mr. Miracle. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Vincent, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
And sir, after having that conversation, it's your intention to plead guilty to the added count of allowing an unauthorized driver to drive.
Correct. Yes.
And you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, I understand.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on May the 8th, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
I did.
Satisfied, Mr. Vincent?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Mr. Vincent, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
Yes, I would like immediate sentence. Apparently that's going to happen.
Anything other than that, Mr. Vincent?
Nothing. If I haven't wished you good morning, I'm going to wish you good morning again.
Good morning. Mr. Miracle, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I do not.
5 days to pay, sir. You may pay in person, you may pay online, or you can bring it into the, you can mail it into the court. Other than that, that concludes this matter, Mr. Miracle. You have a wonderful day.
You as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good to see you, Mr. Vincent.
Nice to be seen.
These are 23BL00601OM, 23BL00618OM, and 23BL00645OM. These are City of Belleville versus Ali Ali. These matters were scheduled at 8:30 a.m. The reason I'm calling them is that Mr. Dawson is here and has been here. Mr. Dawson, you were connected to this matter in some way?
I am a complainant on 2 of the 6 citations.
Mr. Dawson, these matters having been scheduled at 8:30 a.m., now being 10:11 a.m. by this court's clock, defendant having failed to appear, the matters will be scheduled for show cause.
Thank you.
I saw you sitting here. You've been sitting here patiently. I didn't want to hold you any longer, but he's failed to appear. The court will send him notice to appear. If he fails to appear on that date, the court will issue bench warrants in the matters.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Dawson. You too, thank you. Mr. Dubin, did you need to speak to Mr. Greco, or have you already spoken to him and you're ready to proceed?
I am ready to proceed whenever you are, Your Honor.
I'm ready. My apologies. I saw you sitting there, but Mr. Vincent's so infrequently here anymore. I wanted to get him called and get him on his way. This
It's
is
perfectly okay.
This is 230309 OD. This is City of Romulus versus Mark Guevara. This matter is scheduled for arraignment pretrial this morning. May I have your appearances?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Good morning, Your Honor. Maxwell Dubin, P number 86012, on behalf of Mr. Guevara, who appears via Zoom, standing in for Stephen Mamet.
And sir, state your name for me, please.
Mark Guevara.
Thank you. Again, today's the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Dubin, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, as far as the arraignment, we'll stand mute, waive formal reading. And as far as pretrial goes, we do have a resolution. We have agreed to plead guilty to the amended charge of impaired driving and a dismissal of the reckless driving.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Dubin, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to the added count of operating while impaired, and that the operating with high BAC and the reckless driving would be dismissed.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your pleas this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Correct. I have not been.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on January 29, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were impaired by an intoxicant?
Yes.
Sir, is your understanding and agreement that the police report puts you at a blood alcohol content, PBT results of 0.21?
Yes.
Mr. Dubin, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Greco, are you satisfied on behalf of the city of Romulus?
Yes.
Mr. Guevara, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of operating while impaired and dismisses the original operating with high BAC and the reckless driving. Sir, because this is your first appearance, there had not previously been a bond set in this matter. The court sets your bond at $5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to participate in these proceedings until they are resolved in their entirety. Condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages until further order of the court. Because this is a drinking and driving offense, the court will refer the matter to the probation department for a development of a sentence recommendation, and they will schedule you to return to this courtroom for sentence to be imposed. The court staff will be communicating with you at the phone number and the email address that you provided and confirmed this morning. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Dubin?
No, Your Honor. I just hope you have a wonderful morning to you and your staff.
Thank you. You too. Mr. Guevara, you will be getting the email and the phone calls from probation. Please respond to them. I'll see you at your sentencing, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. The Zoom froze for a second.
You're fine. Thank you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you too, Your Honor.
This is,
Your Honor, we're ready on Dylan McAuliffe. If you could call that soon. I
you mean
apologize.
the file that I have my hand on?
That's even better. I appreciate that. You
Not
read
that
my
file.
mind, Your Honor.
I saw you sitting there ever so patiently through the rest of it, Mr. Kaplan. This is 2101680D. This is City of Romulus versus Dylan McAuliffe. May I have your appearances, please?
David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
And Joshua Kaplan on behalf of Mr. Dylan McAuliffe. Mr. McAuliffe, can you state your name for the record?
Dylan McAuliffe.
And Your Honor, his audio doesn't work well with video, so that's why he doesn't have his video on. But Your Honor, at this time, I do believe we have a resolution on this matter where my client would plead to operating while visibly impaired. And we are requesting sobriety court as part of that deal, if the court would be willing to accept that or have him screened for it.
Has he talked to Shannon already?
He hadn't talked to Shannon yet. I was going to see if we could work this out or start the process today, if that would be available to the court.
What we'll do, Mr. Kaplan, is refer the matter to Shannon for screening and then adjourn the matter over so that if he is admitted, we'll get him back here to plea on that date and give him a sentence date with Judge Green.
Perfect, Your Honor.
Mr. McAuliffe, have you verified your phone number, email address, and whatnot with court clerk this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
The probation department will be in contact with you for screening for the court's sobriety court.
Okay.
Mr. Kaplan, I don't know how this has happened, that it's not showing that he has been arraigned as of yet. It was on the show cause docket.
For purposes of arraignment, Your Honor, we'd waive formal arraignment, stand mute to the charge.
Thank you. Mr. McAuliffe, the court sets your bond at $5,000 personal, no alcohol during the pendency of this matter. The referral is to the court sobriety court for screening. Mary Ann, their return date will be
August 3rd at 9:20.
Mr. McAuliffe, that is a short turnaround time. So when they reach out to you for screening for drug court or sobriety court, please respond to them. I will see you back here on August 3rd at 9:20, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Have a good day, Mr. McAuliffe. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You as well.
Thank you, Dave. Talk to you soon.
All right, Josh.
These are actually 2-3 RP 03443A and 2-3 RP 03410OI. These are City of Romulus versus Christy Reyes. May I have your appearances, please?
David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Good morning, Your Honor. Fair stand on behalf of Mrs. Reyes.
Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Christy Reyes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment, pre-trial and pre-hearing in these matters. How are we proceeding this morning?
I've not spoken with Mr. Haddad yet. I'll put him in a breakout.
Oh.
We can get it done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Before you go, I'm sorry, Mr. Haddad, yeah, please go and meet with Mr. Greco, but Mr. Greco, before you go, Mr. Primo is here.
We're ready on
Mr.
that.
Haddad, okay, please go to Mr. Greco's room. He'll be with you momentarily. These are 2-3 RP 03376 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Kenneth Primo. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
State your name, sir.
Kenneth Primo.
Mr. Primo, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorneys this morning. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You intend to proceed on your own?
Yes, ma'am.
You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Greco?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Greco, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to amend the driving while not valid to an allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, and the civil infraction ticket of disregard traffic control device to a double parking, of which Mr. Primo wishes to avail himself.
Thank you. Mr. Primo, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your intention this morning to plead guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and responsible to double parking?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your pleas in these matters, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, it cut out.
Have you been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible?
No, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on June 22nd, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it also true, sir, on that date and time that you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes.
Sir, the court accepts your pleas in these matters, and for the double parking, the court will impose a fine of $200. For allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Your total would be $545 today. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, or do you need to speak to the, or are you able to pay that amount in 5 days, sir?
I'm gonna need more than 5 days.
Then what I will have you do, sir, is move into the collections room. Maria, who is a member of this court's collection staff, will be able to set a payment plan with you on that $545, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, if you want to go ahead with Mr. Haddad.
Yes, I'm just, I see Ms. Mary here. I haven't talked to the court-appointed lawyer, DeSammer, so I don't know if there's a plea or not yet. So that's what I was going to wait for. Or I'll go see Mr. Haddad.
Okay. This is 21BL00520BOT. This is City of Belleville versus Kathy Prophet. May I have your appearance, please?
I'm here.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Ms. Prophet, Your Honor. I'm standing in for Josh Hadley.
Thank you, ma'am. You need to actually state your name for me, please.
I'm sorry, Kathy Prophet.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Ms. Prophet is going to plead guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Thank you. Ms. Prophet, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Batar. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I do.
And after having that conversation, it's your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Is it true, ma'am, that on August 23rd, 2021, in the city of Belleville, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Batar?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the driving while license not valid. The court will impose the following fines and costs, ma'am. There's a $100 fine. There's $100 in cost. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's a $50 show cause fee. There's a $50 warrant fee. There's $50 in mandatory state costs and $20 fund fee. That's $445. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I do. I can pay it next Thursday, but not until then.
Ma'am, the court will move you into the collections department to set a payment plan on that $445 and will further advise you that you have 2 other matters outstanding with this court where you owe $684. The court's collection staff will be able to make a singular payment plan for all of the fines and costs that you owe this court, okay?
That is great. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please go into the breakout room with Maria. She'll set you your payment plan. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon. This is 23BL00310OT, City of Belleville versus Sherry Mayfield. May I have your appearance, please?
Second for your honor, Sam Rigidala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Mayfield. Mayfield, please unmute and say your name.
Sherry Mayfield.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute at this time.
And for purposes of pretrial,
Mrs. Mayfield, understanding the rights that she's waiving, will be pleading to 1 count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
thank you, ma'am. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yeah.
And ma'am, after having that conversation, is your desire and intention this morning to plead guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yeah.
And you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yeah.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yeah.
Ma'am, do you need a moment?
Sorry.
That's okay, ma'am. I can pass this matter. I'll come back to you in just a moment if you want a moment to get yourself together. Okay, sit tight. I'll recall your case in just a moment. This is 23RP 0339OT. This is City of Romulus versus William Jones. May I have your appearance, please?
Daniel Batar,
Here on behalf of the city.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, state your name for the record, sir.
William Jones.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive a formal reading, stand mute, and Mr. Jones is going to plead to no operator's license on person.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Batar, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your agreement and understanding that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to an added count of no operator's license on person?
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily, sir?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on June 22nd, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Batar?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes.
Mr. Jones, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of no operator's license on person and will dismiss the driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Mr. Batar, any comments before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
A fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes, can I get a payment plan?
Absolutely. Mr. Jones, the court will now move you into the collections room. You'll meet with Maria. She'll set you on the payment plan for the $345. Thank you for your patience this morning, Mr. Jones. You have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor,
This is-
sorry to interject. Is it possible I could speak with Attorney Greco in a breakout room?
Mr. Mamet,
Yes.
if you were here in courtroom number 1, would you walk through the gate and scream out like that?
No, I wouldn't. I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay, there is chat open. You may always use chat to move and to be in communication with the staff so they can get you moved somewhere. There are 20 other people who are waiting ever so patiently for their cases to be called. Mary Ann will get you moved into Mr. Greco's breakout
Apologize.
room.
Apologize, Your Honor.
This is 23RP034080T. This is City of Romulus versus Charles Robertson. May I have your appearances, please?
David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Robertson, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Robertson, unmute yourself. State your name for me, please, sir.
Charles D. Robertson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive a formal reading, stand mute, and Mr. Robertson is going to plead guilty to no operator's license on person.
Thank you. Mr. Robertson, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Batar. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalty.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the added count of no operator's license on person?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promise anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Robertson, is it true that on June 24, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Batar?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of of guilty to no operator's license on person and will dismiss the original charge of driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Mr. Batar, any comments before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Robertson, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost. There's a $20 fund fee. That is a total of $345. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Robertson, the court staff will move you into the collections room. You'll speak to Maria, a member of the court staff. She will set you on a payment plan. You have 2 other matters outstanding with this court where you owe $654. Maria will be able to put a singular payment plan in place for those matters, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a good day, Mr. Robertson. Good luck to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Jadala, were we ready with Miss Mary?
Yes, Your Honor, she did send the chat that she is ready.
Thank you. This is 1315550D. This is City of Romulus versus Samar Mary. May I have your appearances, please?
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Miss Mary. I'm sorry, Mr. Greco.
And Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this. I'm sorry, Miss Mary, state your name for me, please.
Mary.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, Ms. Mary will waive formal reading and stand mute. At this time, Ms. Mary will be pleading to one count of operating while impaired. The driving while license suspended is being dismissed.
Ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Judala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, is your agreement and understanding that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to the to the reduced count of operating while impaired?
Yes.
And you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on March 9, 2013, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jadala, would you like to inquire further of your client?
And isn't it true that after your intoxication impaired your ability to drive?
Yes.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the reduced count of operating while impaired and the driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Count 2 is dismissed. Ma'am, because this is a drinking and driving offense, the next step in these proceedings is that the matter will be referred to probation for the development of a sentence recommendation and scheduling for sentencing in this matter. Miss Mary, do you know how much longer you'll be in custody with Wayne County?
Probably until September, the end of September.
Mr. Batara, Mr. Judala, I'm not sure how the court coordinates that with the county, but we have a means to connect with Miss Mary so that we can get her screened.
I believe probation could probably do the screening over Zoom if they make the request. I believe that's how it's been done in the past.
That's how they typically do it, but Miss Mary, that's what will happen. The court's probation department will get in touch with the county so that they can get you screened and scheduled for sentencing in this matter, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes this matter. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All
Thank
the
you.
best to you and your staff.
You too, sir. Good to see you.
Thank
This
you,
is a
ma'am.
recall of 23BL00310OT, City of Belleville versus Mayfield.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, appearing on behalf of Ms. Mayfield again.
Ms. Mayfield, I believe that the court had accepted your plea of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Yeah.
No, we were in the process of, and I believe that we were at the court asking that, was it true, ma'am, that on April the 2nd, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Satisfied, Mr. Wayne?
I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor. Satisfied.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Judge.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the original charge of driving while licensed, suspended, revoked, or denied. Mr. Jadala, any comment before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
We just asked for minimum costs and fines, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. The court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. There's a $100 fine. There's $100 in costs. There's $75 crime victims fee. There is a $50 show cause fee, $50 warrant fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. There's an administrative fee of $15. That's $560. Ms. Mayfield, the court is able to apply your bond to this matter. Did you need a payment plan for the remainder of the fines and costs that were imposed?
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, what we'll do is we'll get you moved into the collections department. You may speak with Maria. She can set a payment plan in this matter. Anything else, Mr. Wayne?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Mayfield, you'll see an invitation to go into the breakout room and meet with Maria. Please go there with her to discuss this matter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a recall of 23RP03443 AOT and 23RP03410OI. These are City of Romulus versus Christy Reyes.
Good morning, Your Honor, and good morning to your staff. Ferris Haddad on behalf of Ms. Reyes.
Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Christy Reyes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter.
Judge,
How are you
for
proceeding, sir?
For the arraignment, we would waive the formal readings and stand mute, and we do have a resolution that we've reached with the city attorney, whereby the original charge of failure to stop for a property damage accident would be dismissed, and in exchange, Ms. Reyes will plead guilty to failure to report an accident and responsible to double parking.
And I'm back, Your Honor. That's correct.
Thank you. Ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Haddad this morning, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty this morning to failure to report an accident and responsible to double parking?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea these pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, is it true that on June 26, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you were involved in an accident and failed to report that accident?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, is it also true that on June 26, 2023, again, in the city of Romulus, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Haddad, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to failure to report the accident and responsible to the double parking. Any comment before fines and costs are imposed in this matter, Mr. Haddad?
No, Your Honor, but Ms. Reyes is ready to pay fines and costs today in this matter.
Thank you. In the file that ends 410, the civil infraction double parking, the court will impose fine of $200. In the 43A file, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victim fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345 for a total of $545. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay those amounts?
No, Your Honor.
5 days to pay, and that will conclude the matter. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your
Anything
Honor.
else, Mr. Haddad? You're welcome,
No, thank
sir.
you very
Ma'am,
much.
good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ma'am, good luck to you. Have a great afternoon.
You too.
Take care. Judge.
Thank you. This is 23BL00641OT. This is City of Belleville versus David Michael Lee. May I have your appearances, please?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Lee, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee, state your name for me, please, sir.
David Michael Lee.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial of this matter. Mr. Bitar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive a formal reading, stand mute, and Mr. Lee is going to plead to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Mr. Lee, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, you've had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Bitar, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you will be entering a plea of
Yes.
guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Lee, is it true that on June the 18th, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Wayne?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bitar?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the driving while license suspended. Mr. Bitar, any comment before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. That's $345, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lee, we'll get you moved into the breakout room with Maria from this court's collection staff. She will set a payment plan for you in this matter. Other than that, sir, good luck to you. Thank you for your patience. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You have a good day too.
Thank you. This is 20 RP 035920M. This is City of Romulus versus Arquise Alexander. May I have your appearances, please?
David Greco here on behalf of the city.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, appearing on behalf of Mr. Alexander, Your Honor.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Oh, yes, Arquise Alexander.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after speaking with the city attorney as well as my client will be pleading guilty to one charge of larceny pursuant to 771.1 for 12 months, Your Honor. He understands the rights he is waiving by doing so.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes.
And sir, after having that conversation, is your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to larceny as charged?
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And sir, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
I'm sorry, Dan. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said, Mr. Alexander, my question to you is, are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Oh, yeah.
Sir, is it true that on May the 6th, 2020, in the city of Romulus, you committed the act of larceny?
Yeah.
From Amazon?
Yeah.
And Mr. Alexander, is your testimony and agreement that the amount is between $200 and $1,000?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco? We lost Mr. Greco. Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
I am satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the larceny in this case. As indicated by Mr. Jadala previously, your sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 12 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay the fines and costs assessed in this matter. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal in 6 months. The court will set the court cost at $600, sir. There is also $200 in bench warrant fees. Your total will be $800. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, can I get a payment plan?
That will apply the bond, yes, sir. But then would you need more than 5 days to pay the balance?
Yes.
Then, Mr. Alexander, this matter is concluded for my purposes. We will now move you into the collections department. Maria, a member of this court staff, is here and available to set a payment plan on the balance. $800, application of the bond, set a payment plan on the balance. Good luck to you, Mr. Alexander. You have a wonderful afternoon.
All right, thank you. You too.
Thank you. These are 23RP03409 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Daryl Garrett. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor. David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus. And
Mr. Garrett, unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Turn your video on.
Daryl Garrett.
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Garrett, and we do have a resolution.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Sir, I need you to turn your video on. The way the court staff have you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct, sir?
Yes. I'm trying to.
You wish to proceed on your own? I'm sorry?
Yes. I was saying I'm trying to turn my video on right now.
You can't or you won't?
He's
I just
trying.
can't figure it out. I'm trying.
You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Greco?
Yes.
Mr. Greco, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, we're going to dismiss the expired license ticket because he did obtain his license. And we're going to change the civil infraction stop sign to a double parking ticket.
Mr. Garrett, is that your intention this morning to plead responsible to the added count of double parking with the dismissal of the driving while license expired and the disobeying of the traffic sign?
Yes.
Sir, the court will make that notation in the file and will impose a $200 fine in the B file, parking file. Mr. Garrett, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $200?
Yes, I do.
Then, sir, what you will see is an invitation. Go into the breakout room. You'll meet with Maria from the court's collection staff.
Okay.
Anything else in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Garrett, good luck to you, sir. Have a good day. Oh, Mr. Garrett, you have some other matters. You owe the court $4,091. Maria will be able to make a singular payment plan for all of these matters.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander, there is another place for you to go to set your payment plan.
Oh, okay. I'll just hang on.
Mr. Rorich.
Yes, ma'am.
This is 23RP02557C. This is City of Romulus versus Tyler Rorich. May I have your appearance, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, P62186, MIDC Arraignment Counsel, appearing on behalf of Mr. Rorich. We waive formal reading stand mute at this time. Mr. Rorich, please say your name.
Tyler Rorich.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial on this matter. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
At this time, Mr. Rourke is going to be pleading guilty to one count of no operator's license on person, Your Honor.
Sir, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jadala this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the added count of no operator's license on person.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on May the 15th, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Rourke, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of no operator's license on person. It will dismiss the driving while license suspended. Mr. Jadala, has you had some conversation with Mr. Greco regarding sentencing this matter?
No, Your Honor, I believe he's going to leave it up to your discretion. I would ask if there's possible you can get any credit for time served. I believe, Mr. Rourke, how long have you been incarcerated now?
Since the 6th of this month.
So for 2 weeks.
Yes.
Mr. Rourke, the court will give you credit for 5 days time served in this matter and consider this matter closed. You have another pending matter, which I believe is of greater importance. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Rourke, good luck to you, sir.
Okay, you too. You said I had another pending case of what?
You have a outstanding, you have another matter outstanding with the court. I'm just saying the driving while license suspended, which you've pled to no operator's license. I'm closing this matter out with the credit for your time, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Your Honor, we're also ready on Eli whenever the court is.
I am, and then there's some conversation, some chat about Mr. Rafe. I'll call that after Mr. Eli. Mr. Alexander, if you've not been able to get in and speak to Maria, you can log onto the court's website. There's a contact us button. You can submit a request for a payment plan, or you can come in person and set a payment plan, or you can call and set a payment plan, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. This is 23RP028080M, City of Romulus versus Derek Eli. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor. David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
For Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, my DC counsel appearing on behalf of Mr. Eli. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for pretrial, Your Honor. Final pretrial, Your Honor. I don't believe that the victim has appeared. I just wanted to make sure if the court has seen or heard from the victim.
The court does not have the victim's name in the file, so Mr. Greco.
The victim, John Wilcox, has not appeared. This is the second time, and I've attempted to make contact, Your Honor.
We make a motion to dismiss, Your Honor.
No objection.
This case is hereby dismissed.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Eli, you're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. These are 23 RP 03496 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Omar Rafe. Can I have your appearance, please?
Your Honor,
yes,
David
Omar Rafe.
Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Your Honor, good morning. Attorney AJ Down on behalf of Mr. Rafi, who appears via Zoom.
Mr. Rafi, state your name for the record.
Omar Rafi.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment, pretrial, and pre-hearing in these matters. Mr. Dowd, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, for purposes of the arraignment, we'll waive the reading. I'll stand in mute. There is a resolution whereby my client will be pleading responsible to double parking and impeding traffic, and the original 3 counts will be dismissed.
That's correct.
Mr. Rafi, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss these matters with your attorney, sir, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having these conversations, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering pleas of responsible to impeding traffic and double parking,
Yes, ma'am.
and that the misdemeanor will be dismissed?
Thank you.
Yes? Sir, you understand that the court accepts your pleas this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yep.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering the plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on June the 28th, 2023, in the city of Romulus, sorry, Marianne, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it also true at that date in that location, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, impeding traffic.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, would you like to inquire further of your client?
Yes, ma'am.
No, the attorney.
Sorry, Judge, what was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Rafi, in the A file, the court accepts your plea of guilt, responsible to double parking will impose fines of $200. And in the B file, impeding traffic, the court will impose fines of $180. The misdemeanor file will be dismissed as previously indicated. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay these amounts?
No, I can pay now.
5 days to pay. Anything else on behalf of the city?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, sir. Have a good afternoon. Good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am. You too.
Thank you. Mr. Cavens. This is 190277 OM. This is City of Belleville versus Cavens, or is it Cavens or Cavins?
Cavins, ma'am.
Cavins, my apologies, sir. Mr. Cavins, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct?
Ma'am.
It is your intention to proceed on your own this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you spoken to the prosecutor for the City of Belleville, Mr. Wayne?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wayne, how are we proceeding this morning in this matter?
Mr. Cavens indicated that he's prepared to plead guilty to disorderly conduct. The city recommend time served and has no position on the imposition of fines. Obviously, that's up to the court. It's not a necessity on behalf of the city.
Thank you. Mr. Cavins, raise your right hand for me, please, sir.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, sir. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, it's your understanding that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to being a disorderly person?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on January 8th, 2019, in the city of Belleville, you were a disorderly person?
Yes, ma'am.
More specifically, Mr. Cavins, if I read this correctly, you were in the library with what looked to be a gun, but was a BB gun?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were what people would deem disorderly?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Wayne?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cavins, the court will accept your plea of guilty to the disorderly person charge. Will impose fines and costs sufficient to close this matter out. I know that you have a bond posted. So what we will do is set the fines and costs sufficient to close this matter out after the application of your bond.
Thank you,
If
ma'am.
that's agreeable, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else in this matter, Mr. Wayne?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Cavins?
Oh, ma'am.
Thank you. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Yeah, you too, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 2303030D. This is City of Romulus versus Javion Wilson. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Spencer Clayton appearing on behalf of Mr. Wilson. Your Honor, I don't see him on the participant list. He may still be in the breakout room.
You want to go back in there and get your client, sir?
Yes, if I may.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, while he's gone, what's the story with these Ingrid Deli matters?
Oh, they're being adjourned, Your Honor. Sorry, I thought I sent an email to Mary Ann. Mr. Robinson is in trial.
I heard the story that there was an adjournment possible yesterday. I did not hear that that was an actual thing that happened. Did you get a new date from Mary Ann?
We were going to move it to the August ordinance docket. I think it's August 31st.
Right, and I think, Judge, that we spoke yesterday at 11:45.
I thought we talked about it as a tentative thing. If that's the date, that's fine. I just keep seeing the files to my right rubber band together, so we'll adjourn them over to August 31st at 11:45. Thanks, Mr. Greco. Mr. Clayton has returned, hopefully with Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, unmute yourself, turn your video on, state your name for the record, sir.
I'm sorry, Your
Mr.
Honor,
Wilson?
I didn't hear what you said. Yes, ma'am.
I just said, state your name for me, please.
Javion Wilson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Clayton, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I did have the opportunity to speak with the prosecutor. He has offered to amend the original charge to operating while visibly impaired. My client does wish to take advantage of that, offer a guilty plea to the amended charge.
Thank you.
That's
Mr.
correct.
Wilson, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Clayton, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your agreement and understanding that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the added count of operating while visibly impaired.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wilson, is it true that on January 22nd, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were visibly impaired?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Wilson, is your agreement and understanding that there is a laboratory analysis report that shows that your blood alcohol content at that date and time was 0.116?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clayton, would you like to inquire any further of your client, or are you satisfied?
Satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wilson, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of operating while visibly impaired and will dismiss the original charge in this matter. Inasmuch as this is a drinking and driving offense, the next step in these proceedings is that the matter will be referred to the probation department. They will interview you, develop a sentence recommendation, and schedule you to come back before this court. They will be contacting you at the email and the phone number that you verify with court staff this morning. When they call you and email you, please respond to them. When they schedule you to come for your Zoom interview, please respond and appear appropriately so that they may develop their recommendation and get you back here for sentencing. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Clayton?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I'll see you back here at sentencing, sir. Have a good afternoon. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Okay, you too.
Thank you. These are 2-3 BL00671 A, B, and C. These are City of Belleville versus Olivia Howe. May I have your appearances, please?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Olivia Howe, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Wayne on behalf of the city of Belleville.
Ma'am, unmute yourself. State your name for me, please.
Olivia Howe.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in these matters. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, as to the arraignment, we'll waive a formal reading. Stand mute, please.
As for the pretrial?
Your Honor, I'm going to need to get discovery. Mr. Wayne, if you could email me the police report in this matter, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're asking for a pretrial at a later date, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Howell, your bond in this matter will be set at $5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court and participate in the proceedings until the matter is resolved. Inasmuch as this is alleged to be a drinking and driving offense, you are with a PBT of 0.221. Condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this matter. Mr. Batar, the court will make an indication in the file that discovery has been requested. The adjourned pretrial date will be
August 10th at 9:20.
August 10th at 9:20 a.m. Back here on Zoom, back here in number one with me.
Sorry,
Anything else in these
what was that time again, Judge?
9:20.
Could we do 9:30? I'll be in Judge Green at 9:20.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely, sir.
You said
9:30, Ms.
August 10th?
Howe, on August the 10th. I'm sorry, what did you say, ma'am?
August 10th.
Yes, ma'am, at 9:30. They'll send notice to you at the address you verified with court staff this morning, Ms. Howe. Anything
Okay.
else, Mr. Wayne, in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bitar?
Just to let Ms. Howe know, I'll give you a call as soon as I get the police report sometime in the next
Alright.
couple of days, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
These are 23RP 03184C, 23RP 03241C, 23RP 03184A and B, 23RP 03241B OT. These are City of Romulus versus Holden. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Morning, Your Honor. Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Shakira Holden.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrials in these matters. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
We would ask for one more brief adjournment in this matter. Mr. Greco and myself are moving towards a resolution.
Brief to you is how long, Mr. Nunley?
I think 2 weeks should do it.
That's correct.
At 9:20, Judge. August 3rd.
August 3rd at 9:20.
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you. Ms. Holden, thank you for your patience this morning, ma'am. I will see you on August 3rd at 9:20 a.m. back here on Zoom, back here with me in courtroom number 1.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day, ma'am.
You too.
This is 23RP 03213OT. This is City of Romulus versus Gregory Robinson Jr. May I have your appearances, please?
David Greco here on behalf of the city.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Mercadal, P62186. Your Honor, appearing with Mr. Robinson, who joins us via Zoom, Your Honor. I'd like to make a brief record if possible, Your Honor.
Mr. Robinson, state your name for me, sir.
Gregory Robinson.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala.
Your Honor, Mr. Robinson has been extremely respectful, both when I spoke to him at the arraignment and deferred and had him speak to other MIDC counsel, and today, Your Honor. Mr. Robinson wants to assert his right to go to a jury trial, Your Honor. I happen to disagree with the strategy. I believe there is a breakdown now and potentially will be a breakdown in the future based on our reasoning on how to move forward with this case. So I just respectfully request, Your Honor, if this court would be able to perhaps find counsel that he would probably get along with, that would be in sync with for strategy towards a jury trial, because me and Mr. Robinson absolutely disagree with the direction of this case. So I'm not sure if he was appointed anyone after arraignment. He just happened to request MIDC then and this time. It wasn't a case that I inherited. It's just he was in the breakout room and I spoke with him, and it just so happened it was both times at the arraignment and today at the pretrial that I was the one to speak with him.
Thank you, Mr. Jadala. My note, and Mr. Robinson or Mr. Greco may have a better memory than I do. My note from July the 6th indicates that Mr. Nunley was present, spoke to Mr. Robinson, but could not represent him, and that's the extent of the note. Mr. Robinson, were you able to hear Mr. Jadala just now?
Yes, I heard him.
And sir, was everything he indicated on the record accurate regarding the ability for him to move forward with you in this matter?
I mean, like I stated the last time, if he don't want to defend me because I know my rights, then okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Robinson, I didn't hear it as it doesn't want to defend you. I thought that there was a disagreement as to trial strategy, maybe.
That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna speak freely for a second, if that's okay. I'm not gonna be disrespectful or none of that. My wife actually has a criminal justice degree. She was a sheriff in Alabama. You know what I'm saying? And every time I come to Michigan, it's a situation where y'all put driving while license suspended
on my record for some reason, which I never had a license, period. Never applied for one, never was revoked, never was denied because I never applied.
Mr. Robinson,
Yes,
my attempt is not to step on your right to speak freely or represent yourself in this matter or receive legal advice from anywhere else. My only concern is that you say anything else on this record that's being recorded and streamed that might impact the defense that either you, retained counsel, or appointed counsel want to use going forward.
I would like,
You may, okay.
I would like, you know what I'm saying, to be represented. I mean, which is my right. But I mean, because we don't agree with how I'm approaching a situation that's impacting my life, you know what I'm saying? If that's making it to where you don't want to do your job, what am I supposed to do about that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna make the best decision for me.
I understand that, and I want to be clear. Mr. Jadal is indicating a breakdown of the relationship. Mr. Nunley, I don't remember what happened with you and my note is just that he could not represent you. I as courtroom number one, do not pick the attorney that is in here on a given day to be the court appointed attorney. So if you've already talked to two of the attorneys who were assigned to a docket where you were a party and we adjourned the matter over, I don't know who will be here. So my thing is, if we adjourn this matter over or we schedule the jury trial and it's your intention to move forward with a court appointed attorney, we would have to facilitate you being connected with the court appointed office for a reassignment of the file. Or you're telling me that you're going to retain counsel, or you tell me you're going to represent yourself. It's you tell me how it is that you intend to proceed, having made the request for a jury trial.
Oh, with a court appointed. If I gotta, you know, if you gotta send me somewhere to retain the court appointed lawyer, then that's fine. I have patience.
Okay, what I don't know if it's clear, but the court doesn't control it. The court will indicate in the file that the case needs to be reassigned for Mr. Jadala. Our jury trials are typically scheduled on our criminal week. My secretary is going to start looking for a date for that and coordinate right now with Mr. Greco to make sure that it is a day and time that he's available. We also need 3 weeks' time to get the jury summons out. Mary Ann, I think that our next felony week would be the week of September the 4th. And I would be looking at September the 8th as the jury trial date. Would you check to see if we currently have anything scheduled?
Yes.
Thank you. While she's doing that, Mr. Greco, has discovery been provided in this matter?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
I would like to receive that as well. I can go to the courthouse and get it. I would like video and audio, dash cam and body cam if possible.
If Mr. Robinson can provide the court with an email address, that's the most efficient way to get the report and then a discovery order for him to obtain the video and stuff.
I actually been to Romulus Police Department and talked with the secretary, and we didn't have a discussion because, I mean, I was gonna do, I think like it's called FICA or something like that, but she was telling me to just wait to the court date.
It's better off.
And Mr. Robinson, that's what Mr. Greco has just indicated. Mr. Greco is the prosecutor. He's indicated if you give him an email address, he will provide you with the discovery. You do not need to provide, don't need to file a FOIA request.
Okay.
Here's the concern I have, Mr. Robinson. I'm looking at that September 8th date as a jury trial date. But if we can't get you connected to an attorney, that date wouldn't be a date that held. So I rely on my secretary, Mary Ann, to get this to the MIDC office. I don't know how they would assign somebody, Mary Ann, and then that person would receive the discovery and not Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson, that's why I was saying to you, if you intend to retain counsel, proceed on your own or wait for the reassignment. So.
I mean, we could do it that way. Like I said, I got patience. This is my life we talking about. So, I mean, however long it take, or if the court date got to move, or however it go, I would like to be there in person if I can, though. You know what I'm saying? When we get
to be here,
I really don't like being on Zoom when it comes to matters of my life.
Mr. Robinson, you can come in person whenever you want to. Number one. Number two, this is a license offense case. This court does not typically fines and costs if you were found guilty in this type of case. Number three, what I'd like to do is get this case back to the regional MIDC office to see if there's an attorney that can be assigned for you, with the idea that the tentative date for jury trial will be that September 8th date. But I don't want to move in that direction if we can't get it reassigned. So let's do this. I'm just thinking out loud, Mr. Robinson, to make sure that we are as efficient as possible.
Understood.
Our next Romulus date is August the 3rd. I don't know who's assigned to that docket. Mary Ann, are you able to look and see who that would be? Or is that too far out?
Nope, I'm doing that right now. The same two attorneys that we have today. Let me see about the 10th.
And see, Mr. Robinson, part of it is that the court is independent from the assignment of attorneys. They maintain their own staff. They have their own administration, and it's not, we can keep shopping. We can try to get you back here on a date where it's not an attorney that you don't have the same strategy with.
The 10th is good, Judge.
That's
The 10th?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, how many attorneys gonna say, I mean, it's not their life. You feel me? If they feel like it's not gonna go the way I planned out, that's just a part of their job. It's not like they finna be hit with no fines, or they finna be hit with no jail time, or something finna go on their record. So no matter how you feel, you're supposed to keep that to yourself and do your job. But from my understanding, the past two people, they've been in there for drinking and driving and other things. I'm on here for an ordinance that Michigan has. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not understanding how y'all turning something civil to something criminal. But y'all do what y'all do. Y'all been doing this, like, and I've been fighting it. Like, I came up here before and y'all put driving while license suspended on my record. And I went back home. And I actually went to jail because y'all put that on my record. But when I got to a judge down there, he didn't understand what was going on. So he just dismissed it. Once I told him I never had a license, never will, never applied, he was like, I understand. It wasn't, I actually had to go to felony court because y'all put that on me. You get what I'm saying? So this is not the first time I done had to fight this. And to my knowledge, y'all governor passed the law not too long ago. Y'all not supposed to be participating in driving while license suspended or driver responsibility fees. But yet I'm still here.
Mr. Robinson, what we will do is adjourn this matter, the pretrial, over to August the 10th at 9:10 a.m. This court's dockets operate on Zoom. If you wish to come in person, you may come in person. There will be MIDC attorney here. We will discuss that. We will discuss that September 8th date. If it's a good date, we will schedule the jury trial then. And Mr. Greco will hold off on discovery. If there's an attorney who will be representing you, discovery will go to that person. Typically, discovery is sent directly to defendants if they're representing themselves. So I think that's a reasonable way to proceed. Mary Ann, who is it that's here assigned on August 10th?
It's Mr. Bowditch and Mr. Hadley.
Mr. Bowditch and Mr. Hadley. Mr. Robinson, is there somewhere else you're supposed to be right now, or do you have time to wait for Mr. Bowditch this morning?
I'm patient.
Mr. Bowditch is an MIDC attorney who was assigned to this courtroom on August the 10th. If we're able to connect you with him this morning and for you to have a conversation with him, and if he's going to be representing you on the August 10th date, he can then get the discovery from Mr. Greco. I'm just trying to move us as efficiently as possible. If Mr. Bowditch is here, it means he has some other case scheduled. So I will call his other case, but then we'll get you into a breakout room with him. So please don't leave, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sit tight, Mr. Robinson. We'll get back to you in a little bit. Mr. Bowditch, what do you have this morning? Mr. Cullison, thank you.
Mr. Cullison, Your Honor, it's set for bench.
These are 23 RP 02389 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Adam Cullison. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. Cullison. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for pretrial. We are requesting a bench trial.
Well, let's have Mr. Cullison state his name for the record, please.
Adam Cullison.
Thank you. These cases were actually scheduled for final pretrial today.
The victim showed up, Your Honor. She was waiting patiently. I spoke with Mr. Bowditch and she had to get back to work.
Bench trial date of
August 3rd at 11 o'clock.
Is discovery complete in these matters, Mr. Bowditch?
Your Honor, I do have discovery.
Thank you. Mr. Cullison, your trial, are we live or Zoom bench trial, Mr. Bowditch?
Live, Your Honor.
A live bench trial in this matter will be scheduled for August the 3rd at 11 a.m. Is there anything else in this case, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Live bench trial, August 3rd at 11 a.m. Courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. Mr. Cullison, I'll see you at that time, sir.
Is the live means showing up or like Zoom? I'm sorry. I
No, you're fine. Live means here in person at the 34th District Court in courtroom number 1 on the 2nd floor.
And on August 3rd, is there a possibility we can push it back a week? Because I'll be out of town. I have family that I'm doing. Is there a way we can push that back 1 week, if possible?
It won't be 1 week. It might be 2. Mariette will check on August the 17th to see if we have space.
Actually, I think we're on for the 10th, Your Honor, because there's a conflict with the 17th.
Thank you. The 10th at what time, if we have space, Mary Ann?
Judge, 11 o'clock.
Your Honor, I may have a jury trial on that day.
September 7th?
That's fine with me.
11 o'clock.
September 7th at 11 a.m. Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Collison, you're free to go. I'll see you on September 7th
Thank
at
you, Your
11
Honor. Have a good
a.m.
day.
live in person. You too, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, do you have somewhere else to go, or do you have the ability to speak to Mr. Robinson this morning?
Well, Your Honor, I'm supposed to be with Judge Oakley. I can speak with him for a moment.
Mr. Robinson has a driving while license suspended from the city of Romulus from June the 16th, 2023. The court is inclined to adjourn this matter over to the August 10th date.
I heard some of the discussions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Please go in and talk with him, and when you come back out, I'll get the matter recalled.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Batar,
Yes, Judge.
is there something else, sir?
Well, no, I was going to ask you if it's okay to sign out, but I see Mr. Lee in the main session. I thought we already put the plea on the record for Mr. Lee, and he was going to collection.
He was going to collections. He was kind enough to send a note for somebody to move him into collections, and nobody moved him. Or, wait a minute, that's not necessarily true. Mr. Lee, there was a request for you to go in that room and you haven't gone there. So they'll send you a fresh request to go into the breakout.
Okay, other than that, Judge, I have nothing else, and I guess I'll sign out if that's okay with you.
Absolutely. Thank you for your help this morning, Mr. Batar.
You, Judge Mary Ann, have a good day. Everyone else, take care.
Hey, Dan.
Your Honor, is there anything else you need from me?
Mr. Wayne, there's a whole bunch of things I need from you.
Judge, I don't think he can deliver any of those.
Oh, we're fine, Mr. Wayne. I
You
think
had
we're
your head
done for the
down.
day with you.
I couldn't see your face, and I was like, wow.
Mr. Jadala will tell you, Mary Ann will tell you. No, we're fine. Anyone else who shows up is way past our scheduled time, and we'll reschedule them if they do. Otherwise, any failures to appear will be either bench warrant or set for show cause. You have a good afternoon, sir. I will see you next on the 10th.
10th, okay.
I think. Don't hold me to it. I don't set the schedule. I just show up.
I'll double check.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Your Honor, and good day to you. Good day to everyone else. Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Wayne.
Hey, Mr. Wayne.
Take care, Mr. Jadala. Good to see you.
Bye-bye, Judge, and bye-bye, Mary Ann. You guys have a good day.
Have a good day.
You guys do the same.
These are all done, right?
Yep. Thanks. Oh, that's the one where, who does she report sober link to? Thanks. This is 23BL00440OT. This is City of Belleville versus Kevin Newell Jr. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 11:44. And by the court's clock, defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%.
Your Honor, I believe we're ready on Mr. Robinson.
This is a recall of 23RP032130T. This was City of Romulus versus Gregory Robinson Jr. Mr. Bowditch.
I've talked with Mr. Robinson. I believe we can get along. But I'm reluctant to set it for a jury trial when I haven't had a chance to review discovery or talk to Mr. Robinson. I don't want to delay these proceedings, but I'm suggesting another pretrial, Your Honor.
And that was the court's inclination before you joined us. Mr. Robinson, I see that you're back with us. Would you turn on your, thank you. And Mr. Bowditch, my inclination was to have Mr. Greco send discovery to you, reset the matter for pretrial on August the 10th. Were you not available on that date?
Your Honor, I believe on August 10th, I'm in the court. I have lockup responsibilities on that day. I don't believe that.
I'm sorry.
Conflict.
August the 10th at 9:10 a.m.
I take that back, Your Honor. On August 10th, I also have violation of probation hearings in front of Judge Oakley.
If we were later in the,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Judge, but I show on the Sling, Jeff, that that you're our in-house for Judge Martin.
Yes, and I guess my violations with Judge Oakley, now that I'm looking, well, I got both. But I'll be able to pre-try this.
so Mr. Bowditch, this was my inclination and what I indicated to Mr. Robinson before I had the two of you connect. If you come back on August the 10th, 2023 at 9:10 a.m., Mr. Robinson indicated the desire to appear in person. If you'll be in person for Judge Oakley's docket, I think that would be perfect. But in any event, this court is here physically in courtroom number 1. That's part number 1. Part number 2 is that Mr. Robinson had not yet seen the discovery, but now that you're involved, Mr. Greco will send the discovery to you, and you will have the opportunity to review that information with Mr. Robinson. We were looking at a tentative jury trial date of September the 8th. And that gives us sufficient time. Our court staff needs 3 weeks' notice to send out summons. So we are back here on August the 10th, and the conversation that you've had with Mr. Robinson still has us on the jury trial path. We will confirm that date during the pretrial, and we'll get the notice to the court staff that sends out those notices, and we'll be ready for jury trial, to schedule the jury trial for that September 8th date, unless there is something else or some other conversation that's had at the next pretrial. And I'll make more notes in the file so that we're all hopefully on the same page about how we're
September
moving in
8th,
this
Your Honor.
matter.
September 8th for my schedule is the day I have lockups, but
It's the day that you have what, sir?
I have in custodies on that day.
Okay, then that would not be a good date. And then this court, we're limited in our jury trial scheduling. And then for September the 15th would be my next day, but Judge Green is already using that date. We'd be looking at October 20th. Mr. Robinson, I heard you saying something about going home to a different state. Are you a resident of Michigan sufficient that if we schedule something on October 10th, you'd be able to be, I'm sorry, October 20th, you'd be able to be here?
Yes, I'll be able to make it. I'm not a resident, but I have a mailing address there, and it ain't nothing for me to come up there, especially
Okay.
when it comes to these matters.
So August 10th at 9:10 is just the pretrial, and Mr. Greco will send Mr. Bowdish a discovery in the meantime. Mr. Bowdish will be physically in the building on that day for other things. If you want to come physically in person, the court staff will let you in here into this courtroom. And on August 10th, unless there is some other decision by the parties on how they'll move forward, we'll look at that October 20th date as the jury trial date.
Yeah, if we just gonna go through this same little ordeal for the next court date, then it would be okay to do it on Zoom. But as far as like when we get past the pretrial and all this, then
What
yes,
what ordeal?
as far as getting the discovery, I understand you can't go to trial without getting the discovery, or at least, you know what I'm saying, getting that part understood. I thought I was gonna be able to get that part took care of today, but with matters going
It
how
is. Mr. Robinson, it's taken care of. Mr. Greco and Mr. Bowdish routinely have cases together. Mr. Greco will be able to send over discovery to Mr. Bowdish like that. So there's no ordeal.
Okay.
There's no ordeal. People come in person all the time. It's not a big deal. We like to know, my officer likes to know so that he knows if he needs to be in here or have the doors open. It's not.
Okay, August 10th.
It's fine. Was there something else, Mr. Robinson?
No, ma'am. August 10th at 9.
Anything else?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Robinson, I will see you on August 10th at 9:10 a.m.
I'm gonna
Zoom
leave
or
the meeting,
live,
Your
doesn't
Honor.
matter. Thank you. And Mr. Greco, I believe that concludes your docket.
Yes, it does. All right,
Thank
very
you,
good.
sir.
Have a great rest of the day to you and Mary Ann. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
This is 21RP023290T. This is City of Romulus versus Jonathan Zuziak. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 11:51 by the court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear again. There's already a warrant in this court file. But inasmuch as the defendant has failed to appear, the bond, previously posted bond, will be deemed forfeit. These are 23RP033995 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Bobby Joe Brown. The matters were scheduled for arraignment, pretrial, and pre-hearing at 8:50. It's now 11:52 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the A file, which is the misdemeanor matter, will be set for show cause. And the civil infractions, B and C matters, will be deemed in default. This is 2304610M. It's the City of Romulus versus Chantel Spratley. This matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:50 a.m. It's now 11:53 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the matter will be set for show cause. These are 23BL00325 A and B. These are City of Belleville versus Michael Prestula. The matters were scheduled for pre-hearing and arraignment pretrial at 9 a.m. It's now 11:54 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. The A file misdemeanor will be set for show cause, and the B file civil infraction will be deemed in default. This is 22BL00608 AOT. This is City of Belleville versus Carrie Nielsen. The matter was scheduled for pretrial at 9:10 a.m. It's now 11:55 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. Matter will be set for show cause. These are 23RP. Two, 23RP00453OM. This is City of Romulus versus Shantini Gori. The matter was scheduled for a violation hearing this morning. This case should actually be scheduled with Judge Oakley. As the sentencing judge in this matter. This is 20RP026320M. This case is scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:20. It's now 11:57 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. Case already in warrant status. The case will stay in warrant status. This is 220110OM. This is City of Romulus versus Shantini Gori. The matter was scheduled at 9:50 a.m. It's now 11:58 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. Case is in warrant status and will stay that way. This is 220110 OM. Shantanique Gorey. Case is in warrant status already, 220460 OM. Matter was scheduled for a pretrial arraignment pretrial at 9:20 a.m. It's now 11:59 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, case has been in warrant status and will remain in warrant status. 220112 OM. City of Romulus versus Shantanique Gorey, again scheduled at 9:20 a.m., it being 12 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. Case being in warrant status, it will stay in warrant status. Two 230253 OM, City of Romulus versus Shantanique Gorey. Today is the day and time scheduled for the show cause arraignment pretrial, and this morning at 9:20 a.m. It's now 12 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. Again, in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 23 RP 035440 M, City of Romulus versus Shantanique Gorey. The matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial this morning at 9:20. It's now 12:01 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. The matter will be set for show cause. 23RP 028380T, City of Romulus versus John Washington. The matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10:20 a.m. It's now 12:20 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the matter will be set for show cause. Two, 3RP 030510M, City of Romulus versus Milzina Thompson. The matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10:10 a.m. It's now 12:21 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. Two, 3RP 034130T, City of Romulus versus Richard James Jr. Matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10:10 a.m. It's now 12:22 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear in this matter, matter will be set for show cause. Two, 3RP 03045 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Scott Chapin. The matters were scheduled for 10:10 a.m. It's now 12:23 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. The A file will be set for show cause. The B file, which is a civil infraction, will be deemed in default. Two, 3RP 018980M, City of Romulus versus Latanya Robertson. The matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:50. It's now 12:24 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. Two, 2RP 034920T, City of Romulus versus George Flamini. Matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:50. It's now 12:25 p.m. by the court's clock. The file is in warrant status and the court will leave it the same. Oh, Mary Ann?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the Oakland County Jail guy,
Yeah.
Flamini, that we had to call out to set up the,
Oh, I thought that was for the 26th.
no ma'am, that's for today at 9:50. So reset it for,
Huh, I don't even, oh, at 9:50.
on the next Romulus date, is there space available?
Yeah. It will be, let's look here. Oh, well, I guess if it's in, does it matter if it's at 8:30? We have a 9:30 open. I guess Wayne County is 8:30.
It's Oakland County and you have to call to set it up. So August the 3rd at 8:30, is that what you're saying?
No, 9:30. So,
August,
yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
no, August the 3rd at 9:30.
Correct. Yeah.
This is that Flamini. I'll hand it right to you. It's the one with the instructions inside from Heather, I think.
Oh, okay, because I have one for Fred Davis. Okay, there must be another one that I have right here for Fred Davis. Okay.
Thank you. These are 23BL 00333 A and B. These are City of Belleville versus Stephen Gillespie. The matters were scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:40. It's now 12:27 PM by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the matters will be set for show cause. These are 23BL 00636 A, B, and C, City of Belleville versus Leah Boone Warrant. The matters were scheduled at 9:40 AM for pre-hearing. It now being 12:28 PM by the court's clock, defendant having failed to appear. There is a file misdemeanor that will be set for show cause. The B and C files are civil infractions will be deemed in default. One 522-940T. City of Belleville versus Jessica Donovan. The case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:40. It's now 12:30 PM by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, case is in warrant status. It will stay that way. 22BL005950T, City of Belleville versus Ryan Knight. The matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10:20 a.m. It is now 12:30 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. This is 22RP009670M. This is City of Belleville versus Andrew McKenzie. Matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9 a.m. It's now 12:31 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the matter will be set for show cause. These are 23BL00621 A and B. These are City of Belleville versus Alfred Nathan. The matters were scheduled for 9:30 a.m. It's now 12:32 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. The A file, which is a misdemeanor, will be set for show cause. The B file, civil infraction, will be deemed in default. Two 3RP021420M, City of Romulus versus Randall Royster. The matter was scheduled for pretrial at 9:20 a.m. It's now 12:33 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. Two 30459OD. This is City of Romulus versus Natanet Smith. The matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:30. It is now 12:34 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. Two 3BL00371BOT. This is City of Belleville versus Shatoria Tiggs. The matter was scheduled for show cause. Arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:35 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. That is the end of the docket. This court stands adjourned.